Yeah, the cicadas are really loud today. I don't really know why. It just chose to be. So I hope that you aren't adversely biased towards cicadas. I've been banging this Summer Lay album recently. It's a real banger. When did I first listen to this album? It must have been so long ago. Maybe like 2015. Banger. What's up, Aria? How are you doing? Yeah, I couldn't pick a good title today, so I just... The SEO just loves it when I put ASMR in the title, so... Okay, so believe it or not, this is our entire render loop now. It's just this. It's the result of this refactor. It's just this and the top. This is something I have to fix. Apparently if I comment this out, we no longer work, which I have to investigate why. Maybe it works, I don't know, I have to check. But I also have to figure out how to correctly bind this per render group. I think maybe it's like one of these things where we just automate. Yeah. Because right now I just have this hard coded right here because this is we were just testing the static geometry first, but I am gonna need it to be set for stuff that isn't just the static geometry, so I have to make an extra render step that checks the group's text array index and then binds it. Probably have to bind a callback function for that. Hey, what's up? S1P3K. The font, you can do exclamation point font in the chat to get the font. And exclamation point theme for my theme. So that's what we're working on today, is moving all of the different rendering passes into this one loop. Do I have hot reloading shaders? Not yet. That's something that we're working towards, though. I should have implemented that sooner, but I just never saw a reason for it because I pre-bake all my lighting anyway, so I typically have to just relaunch anyway, so if I want to change anything with that. So yeah, I did have this structure that had a callback function on it. This is just the uniforms, but I also had this frame bind function per shader. Takes an avoid pointer. I could I could just use that, right? And then we could make a struct just for... It could take in a pointer to the render group itself, and then from there I would be able to get the text array index from that side. So I think that might be what I do. We can just call it, I don't know why I called it this. I was like, I thought I might need two, but find data. Then this probably isn't even gonna be on the shader. This should probably just be on the render group then. We should probably... The font doesn't work? Really? Oh wow. That sucks. I don't know why Nightbot is letting us down. Let me just link you the font then. I can get that for you. It's the Trident MX MX437 font from this link. Yeah, I might have to check that out. Why Nightbot is letting us down today. That's a bummer. Oh, there it goes. Never mind, I guess it is working. If anybody wants to know what I'm listening to this. A Japanese album. This bind data. This might actually be pretty complicated. I probably am gonna need like a registry, just like I have with my UI callbacks for this. I wonder if that should go in here. It would probably go in here, right? You would have a... And then we do a registry just like I have for my UI callbacks, and then once we set up a render group, then we automatically bind that callback function and bind the data. God, that's so complicated. Do the Vim motions actually save me time? I'm hesitant to jump in because I know I'll be slow for a while. Yeah, 100%. I also can change variable names super fast. There's also really fun stuff that you can do here. Like, for example, if I want to do stuff like this. Also, this is Helix also. You can do Alt-S to split on extra lines, and then you can do... It's been a while since I did this, but yeah, you can do some like aligning stuff that's pretty fun too. Definitely saves me time though, the regular motions. I also think it's just pretty fun overall. I definitely wasn't slow for very long, just oh, that's an expired link. The one in the one in the description shouldn't be. And if that link is expired, then let me know. Okay, so in that case, I'm just going to have to make a this editor is Helix. It's pretty similar to Vim. It's got like all the same motions, but there's a lot of cool stuff that you can do with it. It's got multiple cursor support right out of the box, so you can do funny stuff like this. You can also do stuff like this. It's a pretty fun editor. Highly recommend it. I do have a video on it. I think we just copy the exact same structure that I had for my other callbacks. I think that that's in this header file though. No. Yeah. I just want to make sure before I do this that I'm not overcomplicating things. But I think that this needs to, because otherwise there's no way for a user to actually script any uniforms that need to be changed based on runtime information. For this, for example, this comes from the group's text array index. And the only way for me to get that is after the group creation. I should look for other examples of that. Header files make you upset? Oh, trust me, they make me upset too. That's one thing I like about Rust more than C, is that header files in C are pretty annoying. I think that this is just like one of the only times in which we actually are going to use something like that. But we still need to make it, make a system for it, I guess. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna copy the yeah, this header file is so massive. Oh my gosh. Okay, no, we had it. We're just gonna extern okay, so we're setting up render callbacks. I need to write a function though that does this, so I'm gonna do that in this file. These are going to be our default render callbacks, so render callback count is 0, and then we will just follow the same logic that I did when I did this, yeah. And then when we load in a render group, we will hopefully just like search for these IDs and then automatically Have I drawn a triangle yet? Yeah, I've drawn quite a few triangles. um, you can see all the videos on my channel about the engine. In fact, let's take a gander. There is floor on the ceiling currently, which is what we're trying to get rid of currently by automating some of our draw loop stuff. So this is going to be called we can just call it this. Hold on, let me make the function, I guess. I mean, yeah, I think that what is in the... Yeah, we can do this. Hey, what's up, Picurus? If I may ask, how do I do my memory management? Allocators, pooling, am I running multi-threaded? So nothing in the engine is multi-threaded. Maybe in the future I'll find some use for it, but right now the bottlenecks are all in fragment shaders, which is pretty typical. As far as memory management, I have nothing very complicated. Malloc and free. Don't have arenas, no pooling. Maybe I'll find a use for it, but right now allocating is not the bottleneck, and probably will never be the bottleneck for my purposes of kind of like a more retro low-end hardware type of engine. So let's just copy the code. Where is this? Guess I'm gonna have to actually bind more because I need... Yeah, this is actually kind of frustrating, huh? Very interesting stuff. I've switched from C++ to C. Yeah, I love C. I don't really know that much about C++, but yeah, I'm a big fan of C. I guess I could make a struct with all of this stuff in it, but that means that first of all, we should actually... Let me comment this out real quick. We should actually have inside of our inside of my... I'm trying to remember what I called it. Should be called bind shader program. I don't know why that wasn't coming up. Oh, because it's in a different file. That's why. Yeah, so I was looking for the actual function here. Right. Yeah, our text unit is 100% going to have to not be that, but actually on the struct is what I'm realizing now. That this texture unit is... We already had set that up, I just had forgot. But this is going to have to definitely take in the render group. And then from here, we will then call the bind function. Once we're done with all the shader uniforms, then we call g bind function with the data. But then, so the reason why is because we need to keep track of the texture units. So this is going to be the G texture unit for the render group. And then, okay, so now we have access to that, I guess. You kind of want to struct for it, but it's kind of complicated though. Like my idea for this is going to be this is kind of complicated. So this is going to have a shader program, and it's also going to have the basically what I'm working on here is kind of a complicated system to automate the draw loops. Basically, you want it so that the user can do anything without getting their hands dirty in C later. So the idea is to have these scriptable little structures that they can put together, that they can then write their own kind of functions here. One of these is going to be so that they can bind texture arrays to the current shader. And they define that behavior, that runtime behavior, by specifying a bind function, which happens when the render group is created. It's going to search for a callback function to bind that binds additional uniforms based on the pattern that we are setting up here. So in our case, this is going to be called, what's it called? Callback? Yeah. So in our case, we are going to make, so this is going to be called bind text array. So that's the function. This isn't going to be a null pointer anymore. We have to set up a bind function for this. Yeah, I also have to change this. Oh, this is apparently Oh, this is a Boolean. This should not be a thing. What will the goal what will the goal be? The goal is to make kind of a it's to make kind of like a I want to make like a kind of like an artist tool for creating worlds is kind of the idea. So making something that's funky, has its own quirks. The goal is definitely for other people to use it, to make games, to make whatever. I also probably want to make a game with it, but I've definitely been doing everything with the design in mind for users to be able to use it rather than just me. I do think that there are a lot of commercial game engines out there and all of that stuff, and that's great and all, but I don't think that they're very creatively stimulating. Hey, what's up, Luca? How are you doing? I'm doing alright. It's really hot. Like, very hot. So, I'm trying to, like, not go insane. What's up, Lemon Boy? Alright. That's good to hear. Do they heat wave in Europe right now? That's bad. Do I not have an air conditioner? Well, I'm outside, so it's kind of hard to have an air conditioner outside. So we are going to be binding self. This is going to be true. I'm coding outdoors, yeah. That's kind of the appeal. Just earlier when I was at the doctor's, I got back to... (111) converting. You're talking about... Oh, Fahrenheit converting. Aha. Got it, Fahrenheit. Yeah, engines these days are packed with stuff and they grew over the years. Not that great of an experience. Thanks, Picurus. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I definitely want something that's... I'm of the opinion that the more freedom an artist has, at some degree, the less creative they feel. Thanks, Lemon Boy. It is a genuine retro font. You can do exclamation point font in the chat if you want it. We are going to need a free and a bind for this, so... This is going to be a bind for... I kind of forgot what I called this already, though. Oh, it's right here. It's a render texture pair. I mean, then you don't really need this, do you? Then you just end up with one. Anyway. So you bind the render group and... Hey, the editor's name is Helix. How do I deal with shaders, bro? I'm losing my mind trying to understand how to show geometry when an object is selected. I actually don't do that in the shader. I have CPU side logic that handles all of that. I can show you what that looks like, though. It looks like this. It's very unpretty, I guess. So the idea here was, yeah, this is kind of unreadable, but yeah, so I haven't touched this in a long time, so it's kind of hard for me to even like remember what this does per se. But there's a buffer basically with all of the triangles of our selection, right? And we just set it all to one color. And I do nothing in the shader. I just draw the triangles, right? And the first six vertices of the buffer are dedicated to our hovered state rather than our selection state. So that's what all of this is. This is all if we have a triangle hovered, if we have a edge hovered, or if we have a point hovered, or if we have an entity hovered based on the editor selection state. Then we draw a different color triangle based on what's hovered, and then this is just GL draw arrays for the rest of the buffer, so for our points, for our lines, and for our triangles. Yeah, I typically don't do anything in shaders. I'd rather do everything in on the CPU if possible, because it gives me more control over it. But most people would do the stuff in the shader, I think. So we're gonna get rid of this. Oh no, we aren't gonna get rid of this. We're moving. I just had this. Oh yeah, right here. This is just gonna have one void pointer now, and it's going to cast it instead to this. It's gonna cast it to a render texture pair. It's not really a pair. There's three things in here. So this is the group, and then what is this? Oh, this is quite annoying, actually. Is there a way for me to just get that into one? Because that's definitely what I want. I want this in one. Oh, actually, I don't need the unit if I have the group. Yeah, I don't need the unit if I have the group. Okay, well that makes that a lot easier. For wireframes, what I typically do is I just basically set it to GL lines. So yeah, let's just cast both of these. What I'm doing is I'm binding these onto the same structure so that I can pass them to this function later. I guess really I don't have to make this complicated. Like, I don't actually have to make it this complicated at all, but I feel like I'm already halfway there, so I might as well. Oh wait. Oh, the G is the self. Oh, so we're binding this to the self. So the G, it's group bind data equals render texture pair. Oh right, I have to malloc this. Correct, I do. I'm back and I will stay this time. Oh, did you leave because you were like mad at me or something? My bad. Oh, I was just joking. Yeah, that's very true. I don't ever do anything wrong, so I don't know why you would assume that. Just kidding. The classic little nested thing here. I think that this is, we're done here. Right, I need to actually, and then the bind function is bind render. Kind of forgetting how to actually do this, but why is this the wrong? Incompatible function. Oh. I did it like this. Apparently. Okay, so right now I'm making render callbacks so that the user can basically make basically script in per material uniforms that we fetch during runtime rather than globals that are set at compile time. Now I have to make the function though that actually binds this. This should be resolve render callback. The code for this should be exactly the same that I did with my UI. Should be this. Oh, this is the master function. What I really want is this. It's going to be basically the same thing. A lot simpler, hopefully. We don't need any of this. We don't need this outer at all. What does this take as an argument? I don't even remember. Void pointer. The callback. Okay. I mean, to be honest, it shouldn't even be a void pointer, but I guess it is, I guess. I don't really know. Very interesting here that I don't even use that argument in the function. Oh, never mind. We do use it. I feel like I'm somewhat overcomplicating this. Just a little bit, maybe. I don't think I need the whole thing to exist on the struct, though. But I guess you want an ID to know if you change it. Oh gosh. Fine. I guess that's fine. We'll just put the whole thing on here. What's the worst that could happen? Okay, so first of all, this should be B to follow the thing here. I feel like I'm the only one who would know what's going on in this code, so to explain a little bit of what I'm doing is kind of cursed. And basically, during runtime, we're gonna bind these callbacks to our render groups to know. It's basically like providing instructions for how we bind certain uniforms that are not just global. Hey, what's up, Langtons? Hi there. I wonder how you would use a debugger in Vim with all the red dot breakpoints and such. I don't. I use GDB. But I also don't use Vim, I use Helix. I've never been a big debugger guy, but I guess, you know, maybe that's just why my code sucks. Just kidding. This is definitely group. Yeah. This should just do it, but let me see the... Okay, so we don't actually need, so we just do this. Thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I do need a retrieve for this. Render callback pointer retrieve. Render callback. Okay. So we're just going to, I mean, the thing is going to be the same. We need the ID. Oh, actually, good question here. So for here, I'm actually, yeah, I don't have the ID here, so that becomes a bit messy. So void resolve. We're gonna call this resolve render. Oh, I just called that as the same thing. Ooh, I don't really know if this naming convention is what we want to do. So to get this ID, we actually need to search for it. We need to search for the material and then get the materials callback, which isn't great. We're just studying some C math stuff. Will you upload the stream later? Yeah. I all of my VODs are automatically get uploaded by YouTube. I appreciate it though, and I hope your studying goes well. Yeah, so you're gonna need to search for. I think I have this as a search for material via UID. That's what we're doing, and this is going to be G. I don't store it on the group, do I? Then how do I get there? For now, I could just assume that there are going to be, that we're going to come in linked and then just do the linking logic later, but okay. Just subscribe. Awesome, man. Thank you. I'm studying an article on optimizing the regular old binary search to be... Wow. Really? That's crazy. Is this recent? That's crazy. This is going to take in the group. This is mBind function. Yeah. And then this is this we don't need, and there we go. Okay, now to put this in the header file, I think we just resolve it. The question is when we're gonna resolve it, and keeping track of all of that again is super painful. But I'm guessing we just do it when we generate the groups though. Generate render groups. We'll just do it here. We are going to resolve render callback with the group, and we also need the, wait, no, I did the wrong thing. We need the group and the material definition, which we have as material here. Now we have to go for the materials and make sure that our default materials all have that dot bind fn, and for wall this is going to be the bind text. I think that's what we called it, right? Let me add this to the jump list, and then bind text array, yeah. And that's going to be for all of our geometry. It's going to have that callback. That's annoying. Oh, it's because I had a caps lock on. It's not very recent at all. It was the CPP symposium thing a couple of years ago. Some Euler project questions. Wow. I don't know what any of that means, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just kind of a dumb programmer. It all sounds very, very awesome, yeah. Yeah, for all of our other materials, we actually don't need anything at all, I'm pretty sure. At least for now. So now, hopefully that works. It might not work, though. Let me try and find where we were. Okay, so here. So now, instead of this, we should just be able to go bind, or no, it's going to be group bind fn. That's what I called it, right? Oh, right, it's inside of callback now. And we are going to use the callback bind data expected to. Did I not change it in the definition? Oh man, you're like Jonathan Blow writing your own game engine and stuff. I guess I don't think I'm I don't think it's that let me put it this way. If you spent 5 years outside in the grass digging holes, you would be really good at digging holes. You'd be really good at digging holes. Why is this not working? Oh, it's the function, not the bind function. I'm getting them confused now. Okay. I think we do need an if here. If group callback. So this is the downside to this is that we now have have an if statement there that we have to check, and that is just what it is. I guess technically if you wanted to optimize it, you could have a function that does nothing there, but I don't know about that. Now I should be able to get rid of this. Something I didn't do was actually write the function though. I didn't actually write the function. Which is the callbacks. Sound around your age, you seem very experienced developer. Got into programming too late in life? Not really. I've been kind of off and on programming. I haven't really been that good about staying on programming for very long periods of time. I kind of have been lazy with it. This is going to be the group texture unit. Let's get a pointer to that set up. So this is going to be gl uint pointer unit equals pg address to that. Okay. Learnton forgot the MATLAB language. Did you go to college for math? You seem to know a lot about math. I kind of, to be honest, I still suck at math. Okay. Okay. If I did this correct, then this should work. I know I haven't been really explaining what I'm doing right now, but that's because okay, so this is supposed to, if I did it correctly. Oh, wait. Wait a second. The location. Ooh, good question. Yeah, that's a bummer. I don't really know how we fix that. I mean, this is gonna work, but you'd basically need to make a function every time your variable name changes. Which sucks. I'm still at school, but I'm a very bad student. Oh, you're compiling it your own language? That's crazy. That takes a lot of skill. I think you're selling yourself short. That's awesome. That's insane. Don't do sudo reboot. That would really suck if we did that right now. Okay. We have conflicting types for bind shader program. Okay. This is in here, bind shader program. Oh. Yeah, I did say I was going to change this, and then I think I totally forgot to actually change this. Wait, no, this is in the shader program. Never mind, it isn't in the shader program. Did I just forget to actually do the... Yeah, I guess I just forgot to put the actual... I guess I forgot to put the group in there. Oh, and I forgot to put it in the header file. No, you mix up C and C++ and and compile with G until everything breaks. Yeah, I have some... I can relate to that for sure. Well, to be fair, I would also fail if I tried to make my own language for sure. I got errors, and then I think that we compiled. Did we compile with the errors or not? Well, all of this debug that I have to get rid of now is kind of covering it up. Oh, hey, what's up, Mirror? Funny enough, one of my old guild officers in WoW Classic was named Mir. That's very... are you that Mir? This is actually Helix. So it's not Vim, but in Helix to do that you just do Control WV to open up in vertical split. And LinkedIn's, yeah, we have a Discord. The link is in the description. Very interesting with it. Let me try it with this, just to see if we're doing alright. Okay, so we aren't getting errors now. I have to get rid of all of these print statements. They're really taking up. Okay, so this isn't even working now. Let me actually, I think we commented this out at the beginning of the stream because I was like, maybe this just works now, but maybe it doesn't work, and I was just being premature with commenting that out. Yeah, thanks for joining. It's really cool in there. We got like resources for learning and all that. Yeah, I think these projection and view matrices are linked wrong for on the shader side. Yeah, this is working, but we're completely dark now, which means that the which means that this isn't getting... I'm a terminal IRC chat client kind of guy. Not really. I don't really get around with talking to people very often, so back in the day, I guess I used Skype. I'm kind of a not social type of guy, to be honest. Very strange. Because I feel like this was just working. No? Let's just hard code this again just to see. And then I feel like I got this working before stream and now it's not working. Without me even using the callback function that we just made, so this is frustrating. I'm also getting GLR 500s, so when I'm binding textures, so that's not fun. Well, we might have to do some detective work here. Jeez, you really get around, huh? C programming community? Oh, so it's like a hacker community, huh? Oh, you know what? We might... that probably wouldn't do it, though. Like, let's just actually try hard coding everything just to make sure. Oh, pro engineers. Yeah, to be honest, I'm pretty new to all the C stuff. I think I started C like maybe a year ago now. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was super weird that wasn't working, so it was kind of like... Oh. Well, that's why that's not working. It's because I copied the wrong thing. Yeah, I was confused there why we didn't have any light going on. But yeah, it was this. Probably heard it. It's a YouTube community. To be honest, I don't really get around on YouTube very much either. Very interesting. The interesting thing is that now we aren't getting 500 errors, so I don't know, like, what is going on. Like, how come I get 500 errors when doing this, but not when... That doesn't really make sense to me. Automating all of these draw calls is pretty painful. Yeah, now I'm getting 502s. Oh, it's because I did that. Oh, it's because I did that. That's why. I almost forgot that I did that. You watch guys play Magic the Gathering and talk digital privacy? Yeah, my old roommate used to be into Magic. Like, he used to play, like, at, like, the card shop and stuff. I've never really got into it, I guess. I did briefly play, like, Pokemon, though, online, which was cool. Yeah, but now if I get rid of that, then we're not gonna be working, so for whatever reason... These are all the correct IDs, actually. This location is wrong because this isn't actually in use, so it gets optimized out. But the rest of these should be correct. Did I study computer science at school? No. I mean, I took AP computer science and got a 5 and then dropped out, I guess. I went to college 3 times and none of them for computer science. I went for music composition, then briefly for business, and then for literature. I should probably get rid of all that stuff then. Like, we don't actually use this, so we can just like comment this out. It's truly strange. I'm glad it gives you motivation. There are upsides and downsides to being a self-taught engineer. You know, I definitely am a lot worse at certain things than other people probably are. Let me re-look up what 500 is. OpenGL or 500. I forget. Invalid enum. Invalid enum. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's not as scary as I thought it would be. Still doesn't make sense though, because this is the only place. Oh. That we did change. Okay, so the text unit itself, we did change that. I almost forgot about that. Hold on. I passed the address to the G texture unit. Oh, but I don't actually set it to 0. That's why. Okay. Well, I'm glad I caught that one early and we didn't spend like an hour looking for that, because that's one of those errors that I could have spent a very long time looking for that if I didn't see that immediately. What's up, WSG? Wasn't WSG a in World of Warcraft, that was a battlegrounds, right? No, now we're getting a different error. Now we're getting 502s. Oh gosh. Using shader geometry with num0. Interesting. Oh, what's good, Lamau? What's good is not this. Just kidding. But no, it's fine. I'm working on right now. I'm automating all of our render groups. So now this is going to be the render loop is just going to be this. Once I'm done, this is all like hard coded stuff for testing. It's just going to be this once I'm done. But I still am trying to figure out the bugs with it, because very strange. So this should not be a num0. I'm like 99% sure that shouldn't be a 0. Because even when we Yeah, there's no way that it would ever get assigned a 0. Initialize new shader. Yeah, I'm wondering if it's just not getting the correct, I'm gonna have to get rid of a lot of different debug printouts though to even see this. Yeah, let's get rid of all of the, it's actually quite annoying because now I have to, I think it's append, try to draw buffer. I have, yes, this right here. Need to get rid of that. I think other than that, we're pretty good. Sorry if I talk too much, by the way. No, it's okay. Trust me, I don't go live to get work done. I'm just kidding. I mean, kind of. Set render properties. Yeah, I mean, this should be fine. I need to go here and then get rid of the other debug printouts. But yeah, that should definitely not be, let's get rid of this for now. It should definitely not be a 0 though. Definitely not be a 0. I could be indexing the shader wrong. Oh. Oh. Well, that would probably be why, is because we commented this out and then some function inside of that shader failed. So that's probably why we were getting those errors. Okay, so I'm assuming now we're just going to compile into a lot of happiness here. Oh, I just closed Helix. I get it stuck in my head. There was this the first time or the second time I went live, there was a guy in here that I said Helix once, and then he said Helix these nuts. And that was really funny. Truly have zero knowledge about game dev. It's really not that complicated. Oh, you know why? It's probably because this is this is overwriting a texture unit, probably. If I had to venture a guess to why it's doing that. Really, it's not that complicated. We just have buffers that, we just have buffers full of XYZ positions that go to the GPU, and then we just draw them, you know. Okay, now we don't get an error at all. Let me try this again. I know it just seems like I'm just like shooting in the dark here, but there's some method to this madness. These projection matrices were kind of a problem before stream. I didn't really resolve it, but I just want to stabilize here and get this. Try to like helix. Being it written in Rust is supposed to make it very fast. Cannot deal with the keyboard motions. Now we get an error when we do that. It's not that bad, I think. It just took me a while to get used to. Micro for coding is interesting. I've never used micro, but I guess, I don't know, is it similar to yeah, geometry does get 101. Yeah, is it similar to a nano? Because nano is really hard for me to do anything in. Okay, so this works. So it is the projection matrices. Interesting. Vim in easy mode. There is easy mode in Vim, makes it like a regular text editor. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not for everybody, but it is kind of fun. Like, it does become like kind of like a little game, I guess, that I like. It's kind of fun to play like I think of it like a game, all the motions and stuff. But I mean, I came from VS Code, so when I started coding in NetBeans. I love NetBeans. That was many years ago, though. No, see this so it's both of them. So it's this callback function and the matrices. Okay, so now we know it's the problem. Okay. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna check that we're getting into the callback. So that's here. Resolve render group callback with the material. Takes in the material bind function. Yes. Retrieves the callback. I did add here, okay. Oh, you know what I don't call? Oh, I'm just very stupid. I don't call init. You got inspired by me? Oh. Well, I'm glad that I could be of help. Init. Oh, yeah, I need to add that to the header file. Yeah, I just didn't init the array. That's something that I forgot to do. My bad. Too dumb to be fast with motions? I wouldn't put yourself down about it. I mean, it's just takes a few hours to learn. Render callbacks, okay. I still do want to put inside of here a print statement just to see if we get inside. And then after this, I need to make sure that these actually we can check this now to try and figure out why these projection matrices are not working. Yeah, it is very practical. Okay, so that's a seg fault. That is a seg fault. Interesting. 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 How did that seg fault me though? Oh, that's why. Because I didn't actually do it from here, I guess. G callback dot fn g. It still shouldn't matter. Oh gosh, why did that do that? Hey, what's up, server? How are you doing? I kind of want to see if we get into the what is this? This is the data. That should be null because we fill it with data. Data equals if bind function and bind self, that's 100% true. Then we use the bind function using the group and the B data, and that definitely didn't cause a seg fault. And then that B data is just null, so we just use the group there, right? No, the B data is supposed to be the shader program. Okay, I see what happened. I see what happens here. Okay. So this is not this. This is nothing. Okay, so we need to reverse find the shader program. You're good? I'm alright. This is kinda driving me mad. As per usual. We need to search. Or can we just index the shaders by the group shader index? Shader.buffer. Right? Okay. Let me try that. I'm surprised that we didn't actually do a seg fault earlier, because we were dereferencing that null pointer. No, that's still giving us a seg fault. The strange thing is that we're seg faulting before. Oh, 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 why didn't I even see that? Oh gosh, I'm so dumb. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. What, how did I not see that? Oh gosh. We're just gonna... I can't believe I missed that. It's like, why am I seg faulting? Oh, because I didn't put anything in the thing. And I just mallocked it empty. Oh gosh, I just moved my workspace over to the wrong thing. Okay, now we seg faulted after the unit line. I'm gonna guess that that's on the shader. The unit also should not be 0 at that point, which is concerning, so I probably have to track that down. Because we should 100% be incrementing that unit by binding here. Kind of annoying. I mean, none of this actually explains why we I guess I should print out the text array index as well. And I'm also going to do the shader program. I'm 90% sure that it is the shader program though. I don't know why though, because I'm absolutely sure that I call this, yeah, I do resolve render group callback after the group already has a shader index, and that's 100% true. And this shader index is definitely mapped to shader's buffer. So that should map directly there. Let me make sure that when we bind, we do this. Okay, while I'm just reading this, let's do that. I made this structure correct, right? Like, I didn't do this stupid. Where did I put this? Here. Yeah, they are the right pointer type. Okay. That might have something to do with it. I think that this is... Oh, this is 108 trillion. Oh, yes. That's not what you like to see. Interesting. How is our text array index not initialized though? It should be initialized here. Oh. Oh. Wait. Right? Or is it text? Wait, what? No, it shouldn't be that. It's this. Right? Yes. And now let me change this on there too. Okay. Hopefully that's the bug. I still don't understand why texture ID was in the trillions though. Oh, if I segfault because of this print statement, I'm going to be pretty mad now. What in the world? Oh, I see. Interesting. This is kind of cool. Very interesting. Using shader sky. Well, that would be why everything is sky now. Why is it using shader sky though? It was using the callback because it's saying, yeah. So somehow the wrong shader got bound. Bizarre. There's no way for that to fail. I guess we're just gonna print this out as well. Strange. Hello, Coding and Kurdish. How are you doing? Oh. We're just going to do this, I guess. OpenGL and C. I thought C++ kind of Yeah, I mean, as they say, all good C++ is 90% C. uh, kind of. I couldn't see because I don't really understand C++ really. Geometry found geometry. No matching text array found. No matching text array found. Interesting. No matching text array found. Oh. I see. Oh. Uh. C is more simple and straightforward. Yeah. It's a very simple language, and I like simple things. My take is that an engine is a very complicated thing, so it kind of requires a simple language. I'm off and on running it. This is kind of just like me trying stuff out currently. Oh, we have an infinitely increasing texture unit. Interesting. Why is that? It runs, you know, C is a language like any other, you know. It's why is that a thing? I'm guessing I was also getting 500s. Yeah. It's getting 500s because this is going to Mars apparently. This number. Bind shader program G texture unit equals 0. Hey, what's up, Subadara? How I started it? Like, what is the structure? I'm also making it so just asking for knowledge. Yeah, so the structure of my engine is, well, we're kind of redoing it right now, but, redoing some of it. So now I am making a material system. So basically every single thing that we render to the screen has these qualities now, right? So it has a name which we parse in. It has a shader name. It has a layout name, which is the VAO layout. And it has a frame buffer name, and it has a texture ID. So this is the texture that is associated with it. This is its frame buffer that we need to bind. This is its vertex layout, so how we pack the data. And this is the shader that we render it with, right? And so we load those in and we split them off into different render groups. And then we fill our render buffers, which is this, with data. So depending on whatever data we get from the geometry, then we fill those buffers, and then we just draw to the screen. C or C++, because I just need my opinion. War Axe, cool. C or C++? I can't really say anything about C++. I just really like C as a language. I think it's very simple. I like it a lot. I've only been coding in C for 1 year. I started programming like 8 years ago in Java. and I've been off and on since then. So I don't have a lot of many years under my belt in C at all. I just really like the language. But yeah, that's the basic structure of the engine. Is you've got different materials, and then we access those materials. Everything is rendered as a triangle, right? So we have, for our triangles, I have this function called append try to draw buffer, and this takes a triangle and adds it to the draw buffer, based on its right. And so we copy it like this straight to a byte buffer. Tell you some coding tutorials for C. Well, I can give you some OpenGL resources. C is kind of, there's a lot out there for C, but for OpenGL and C, I would recommend OGL Dev on YouTube. He's got kind of modern tutorials, but also very basic stuff like setting up a camera. There's a lot of resources that go back. We have a Discord with a Learn channel with all a bunch of different resources in it, so that might be a really good place to check that out. How did I learn this in all 1 year? Spending a lot of time inside rather than outside. I mean, this is very confusing why this is actually increasing. We set it to 0, and then the callback function uses it, and then by then it's increasing to infinity. Unless that group is a different group. Huh. Mike Shaw. Haven't heard of him. I gotta check him out. I could actually, let's try something else here. Let's put this before the rest of the uniforms. I mean, so what this could be doing is that the callback could be assigned to a different group, and that's why this is so high, or this unit is getting to be so high, is that it's incrementing the wrong texture unit. Do I have any advice? I think just do projects, Yeah, this unit This unit is being incremented to infinity. The specifically the one in the callback. Huh. I guess it's the wrong unit. I think doing projects, if you want to do like embedded systems, like, you know, that might be what you're into with assembly and C, then like get an Arduino or a Raspberry Pi or something. Could AI solve this? I mean, if you want to put this into a thing, I'm not stopping you. What's up, Dexter? How are you doing? Hey, Rob. Nice to see you again. This is pointing to the wrong texture unit. This is pointing to the wrong group, which means that we bind the wrong group. How do we bind the wrong group, though? There's actually a way that we can check this. Like, we can print... Let's print the pointer. Let's print group pointer. And then let's print the pointer from inside of here. And then if the pointers don't match, then we know for sure. That they're different groups. Made it on Discord. Well, thanks for joining. Start learning C++ in my first 16 days. 10 projects, but only for practice and can enjoy. Why not? Was it something that you didn't want to do in terms of the content of the projects? Yes, the pointers are different. That's the smoking gun. That's the smoking gun. Interesting. Always code what you enjoy. If I didn't enjoy game engines, I wouldn't be making one. You know, it depends what you're into. When I got into chess, I made a chess engine, stuff like that. I have to go to where we bind this. Generate render groups. Resolve takes in the group. So the issue right now is we have these structures that we are binding to the render groups so that later we can script in functions that use that bound information to do special uniforms per render group. The issue is that for whatever reason we're pointing to the wrong group. If you learn a great deal, then, you know, there have definitely been projects where I didn't enjoy it as much, but companies are increasingly pro-AI. Coding is more of an art form. But at least when you're ascending to the stage of engineering, you're back, I guess, directing the AI, yeah. I agree with that. It's kind of an art form. I'd like it to stay like that. I don't really like this idea of like that programmers are going to be replaced, or there's always going to be a place for programmers. There's always a place for humans. What kind of projects? I'm currently learning networking through reading for project docs. There's always a fun option while learning. Yeah, there's always fun to be had when it comes to my own projects, you know. Is this a bird that's making that sound? Jeez. It's a very, very upset bird. I don't understand, because we find the group. We're building game engine in the beaches. Yeah, I'm out of my backyard. Oh, an old MMO, that's super cool. Using shader. You know what I'm also interested in? I'm interested in why we are not didn't we have a function that let me search for material, try material ID equals def ID. Resolve default map materials. Did I not call this function? Ooh, that's a big thing. That is probably the problem. Hopefully that's the problem. It was all going to the default material instead of its own draw buffer. Terry Davis, if you don't have your own compiler, you're not a real programmer. Okay, this looks all good. Okay, well, never mind. Interesting. Did I call this at the right place, though? Resolve default map materials. This needs to happen before I add my quote tries to my draw buffers. So actually this should probably go up here. I wonder why this is so late in the thing. Any good resources on Fong? the Learn OpenGL tutorial is really good. There's a couple of forward rendering resources that are in the Learn channel. That one that Isabel posted earlier was pretty good. It is pretty complicated though. If you want like more advanced resources for Phong, then just like look up forward rendering Phong. There was this video that I was watching the other day that was pretty good too. Yeah, one thing that always bothered me was the complexity of branches to decide in what order to render with alpha blending and stuff. So much engineering. Yeah, I'm kind of implementing that currently. I have like, right now I'm not doing, I just sort front to back, but yeah, I want to do it the same Unity way, is that you have like front to back sorting for the opaque stuff and then back to front for the alpha channel stuff. Yo, what's up, Isabel? I'm having a hard time to find good learning resources for Zig. Yeah, I wouldn't know. These pointers are changing every time. Every time we launch. So it's not really, we can't really actually test anything, but yeah, it's always pointing to the wrong thing. We should also have different groups, and it's only the one group every time though. Oh, that's because this needs to happen. Oh, this needs to happen before we add everything to the draw buffer, but before we... Does this load collision triangle, add collision triangle? This doesn't actually do the thing. Oh gosh. How do we actually distribute? I forget how my own rendering pipeline works, to be honest. Wait, so does this get added here? Oh, I think it does. Oh gosh. I need a step in between, dude. You guys doing draw sorting for deferred rendering? Still doing forward? I'm probably gonna stay forward, to be honest. I was going to implement like a G buffer, but I don't know. I did some research on it, and I specifically saw a video called "Why You Should Never Defer Render," and I was like, it actually doesn't seem very performant with memory and all. So I'm probably just gonna stay forward. I think that the big thing about staying forward is culling, you know, and as long as you cull well, then forward always performs better. Thanks, man. I don't know if it's really night for me, but I appreciate that. This is awful. This is truly, truly, truly awful, though. You know what I could just do? Since this is all for debug purposes anyway, we could just do this literally from the append. That's what we'll do. We'll just put this inside the append, since this is just for testing anyway. We'll just do it here. Yeah, Isabel. I think that that's just the way to do it. I think deferred rendering, like, it sounds awesome on paper and it automatically like puts you in the PBR world, but I don't know if it's worth it. Also, I don't know, forward rendering is a lot better to implement because, I don't know, at least for me, I don't have like object file exporting and loading, and all of that is going to be super painful. So for me, I don't have any like roughness metallic like maps or anything. So for me, just being able to use my normals and my vertex data is kind of important. So yeah, I'm literally just going to copy and paste this in here, and we're not going to use the try material ID. We're just going to look it up based on this, which is kind of cursed, but I just don't really care, to be honest. I'm missing a bracket here. Yes. So I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. This is just the way it has to be for now. Just for the default map. It's really not that complicated, Lang, since like what we're talking about is forward versus deferred rendering. Deferred rendering uses something called a G buffer, which is basically a frame buffer that has a bunch of different attachments that you write to, and then you defer your lighting step until after, and then you use that information. So we still have an infinite unit even while manually splitting. We still only have one group. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Vert buffer. The render group is the text ID is definitely correct, right? Or do we not even use the text ID? Oh gosh. Text ID equals text ID. Okay, and where does that text ID come from? Where does that text ID come from? Okay, we're not even using that then. That's why you shouldn't make a game engine. To be honest. I'm just kidding though. How you made Shadow 3D and 2D? For me, I don't do it the typical way. The typical way is that you do that in the shader, but for me, I pre-bake my light maps by raycasting out in voxel space from voxels out into the light direction, and then if it's not lit, then I don't light those voxels. I wish that there was a simple way to do this. No, I'm not on Fedora, I'm on Mint. I'm losing it. It's also so hot outside, I feel like I'm having a heat stroke. I guess the way that we can check this is just by checking that IDX thing again. I kind of wish that we were just done with doing this, though. This kind of sucks. It looks to me to be all 0 all the way down. Did I do UI design for this Friday? Is IMGUI good? I hear very good things about IMGUI. I use Nuclear though. And now I have my own UI library. You're on Windows because to be honest, I have so many problems currently with my drivers on Linux. So I have lag issues, and I also have an extremely bad screen tearing issue on my external monitor. And that's just an issue with NVIDIA on Linux. So there's no way around that for me. So definitely ain't all sunshine and rainbows, but I guess I just figure I like the yeah, exactly. I mean, you're telling me that this is permanently. Then you would have to tell me also. You'd have to tell me also that the text ID is always 6. Let's say if our text ID isn't 6, then we're gonna. This started off a lot simpler. What I'm working on right now is I'm basically making callback functions so that users can design their own uniform binding during runtime. But it's not going too well, apparently, because we're binding the wrong. Okay. So we're binding the wrong render group. Should never blank. Oh, yeah, don't. This is all debug, by the way. This is not magic numbers. Don't worry about this. This is for our debug map. Eventually, this is going to be parsed in from a JSON. That's what these text IDs are. It is kind of a proverb. The grass is always greener on the other side. It means that you're always thinking that the other side is better, but then the other side always thinks that your side is better. That's what it means. Oh, I guess. Oh, right, because the UID is always. So then our texture ID is always 0. Which it shouldn't be. Interesting. I haven't touched this code in a very long time because this is literally just like when I was first starting out. This is how the debug map got set up. This takes in a text ID from the function that I was just at. I have to. This is a wall text ID to our left. Yeah, I would have to go to initialize default map. Yeah, see, these should have text IDs of 6. Yeah, exactly. You got it. They should not all have a text ID of 0. And they don't, obviously, because when we render them, they obviously have different textures. Okay, they aren't all 0. Oh, okay. I see what's happening here. I suddenly understand what's happening here. Okay, so they are the correct textures. What is happening is that they're getting the same exact, the same material when they shouldn't be. Wait, no, maybe they should be getting the same material. Wait, I think I just went down a rabbit hole here without actually thinking why we were in it. They should all be the same material anyway. Wait, no, they shouldn't be the same material. Yeah, they should be different materials. I did do these side by side the other day. I wasn't really happy with the fact that they were just random numbers, but I kind of was just coding it fast. But yeah, texture ID 6 should map to UID 0. 0 should map to UID of 1. The definition IDs might not be getting changed actually in here. Wait, no, that wouldn't be in here. Hold on. That would be in here. Oh, hold on. I need the... Oh, the material ID does equal the group count. Okay. Interesting. Let's see. Let's see what our group count is, actually. I guess it could be technically just staying at 0, and then we get every material as the default group. The reason why we have this logic, though, where it increments at the end is that we wanted to continue if we didn't get a proper VAO or shader set up. I'm reading. WM create for init function or WM paint for render. I use SDL. I use SDL to manage all that. It's pretty easy to learn SDL. I use SDL too. You should definitely look up. There's a lot of tutorials for OpenGL SDL too, kind of working together. I'm going to get rid of the other debug printout that I just had. But yeah, they're all getting the same exact material ID, even though the definitions are different. Yeah, the render group should be defined before that. I keep on missing it. Yeah. Let's see what this tells me. If we make all of our groups with the group count 0, then no, the group count isn't 0. Okay. Well, the group count isn't 0 then. Well, the group count isn't 0, and the we should also print out here then the UID. Oh my god, there's a huge wasp in here. It's pretty horrifying. I hope it goes away. Lazy question, do I upload these on GitHub or something? No, my code is it's not on GitHub, but you can definitely find these the code through just watching. I kind of okay, he left. Okay, yeah, that was, sorry, I just got distracted. There was a massive wasp. Yeah, I mean, the streams kind of document all of my code if you go back, for sure. But yeah, maybe I should upload it. It is kind of a mess though. I am kind of very aware of it being a mess. Wait a second. Oh man. Sometimes, man. Sometimes. Oh man, that's funny. Have I ever made a game? Why did I make this engine? Yeah. I haven't really made a game because I didn't like commercial engines, so I kind of just moved everything around by accident. Okay. Our text units are still going into the stratosphere, but now we do have separate groups. We do have 3 separate groups here, which is exactly what we want. We want 3 separate groups. Oh, there's a giant lizard crawling on the wall. So I haven't made a game because I didn't like commercial engines, but I hope to make a game with this tool once I finish it. Yeah. Okay, so I figured out the bug. The bug was me doing the opposite of what I meant to do. But that isn't the only bug, because we are still... This one is this one. Okay, that's that. This one is this one, but then this one isn't that one. And then this one isn't that one. Okay, hopefully that wasp doesn't come back. That kind of startled me. Sorry, I'm turning the fan on. Okay. So we're still binding the wrong thing. At least we have multiple groups working now, but we still are binding the wrong thing. I guess, I mean, we could just literally print out when we bind. I don't think that would really help us, though. But, the summer break, you wish to write a lot of C. Isn't summer break ending? This is cursed. Okay, well, when we do this... I mean, literally, it would have to bind an incorrect pointer here when I resolve. I mean, it's the same exact pointer though. School starts a little later. Oh. Yeah, just don't worry. I'm just a dumb American. Very true. I feel like I'm losing my mind here. How are the pointers different? Oh gosh, I forgot to get rid of all of this stuff, so we're not actually gonna even be able to see it. I almost wonder if we're incrementing the pointer somewhere. Like if we just are doing pointer arithmetic without actually... No. I mean, look at this. Resolving render callback for this pointer, binding render callback for the wrong pointer. For this pointer. What? Wait, what are you talking about? I'm so confused. It should go resolving and then bind. Oh wait, no. No, this is correct. Alright, peace out, Langtons. Okay, so we definitely bind the correct pointer. Definitely bind the correct pointer. Actually, hold on. I might actually have a typo there. Okay, I think I might have a typo there. Oh, tricky. Wait. Never mind. I was tricked. Peace out. No, that is the same data that we use, though. That is the same data that I use. Alright, we passed the G callback function callback data. And then by the time we come out of that function, we have the wrong pointer. Like, what? I can try, I don't know, kind of a shot in the dark here, but I could try just like putting it on the struct itself, even though it shouldn't change anything. I could try taking it off a callback and then just like putting it straight onto the render group. Just like put it here. That shouldn't change though. Wait a second. No, that's the other function. No, it shouldn't change anything though. You're okay, what's the issue? It's a very strange one. So we are binding the correct pointer on this side, or at least, you know, it looks to be correct on that side, but then when we call the function, we were calling it with the wrong pointer when it comes out this end, which is pretty bizarre to me. And therefore we are incrementing inside of this callback function the wrong. Do I create a copy somewhere which is destroyed locally somewhere? No, there's no copies of anything. It just goes straight to this, like I call init on this render callback, right? Then we resolve it, we bind it, and I have a print statement here that it binds this pointer to this memory, and then for whatever reason, when it comes out the other end, it's using the wrong pointer. So and therefore it increments the wrong unit because it has the wrong group. I'm quite bad at explaining it. But yeah, when we bind our uniforms here, what it's supposed to do is it's supposed to just call this callback function with itself, basically. In fact, I could actually just like try to rewrite this just for now, calling the callback function with itself instead of with the shader program. The reason I did this was kind of for the future, just for it to be, I guess, a little bit more extendable for the future, that you could have a callback function with like different stuff inside of it that you pass. But if I do end up just like doing this to test, then we would cut out the middleman here. We would just do this. The reason why I did that was because... Oh, right. No, I could just follow the shader index. I could just, like, search globals.shaders .buffer index by the group shader index. And then this, we're gonna cast this instead to a render group. Wait a second. Oh my and now I realize what's happening. Wait, is that what's happening? Yes, that is what was happening. It was my print statement that was giving me the wrong pointer because I had this instead of this. So this doesn't actually solve the issue though, because for some reason we're still incrementing the wrong texture unit. I wish that was like the bug, but okay, that's a seg fault. Why is that a seg fault? Oh, because I changed the other thing now. Which is here. I passed this instead of G callback dot data. What did you miss, Harold? A lot of pain. We don't have to talk about it. It's basically been me just like chasing bugs around for a very long amount of time. But yeah, so I'm doing like callbacks for the rendering groups now so that they can bind unique uniforms. But yeah, as you can see, these texture units are infinitely increasing, which yeah, the pointers are still wrong. Let me check the pointers. So this is definitely G. And G should be calling... Is there any way that I could track back what render group it is? Like, instead of just printing out the pointer, I could print out literally the I think like the nail in the coffin would really just like be printing out the shader. I could print out the shader name. I could print that out. And if this shader doesn't match this, then that would probably be bad. It's pretty funny because right now the entire pipeline works, but there is just this. They gave me a seg fault. Well, then the shader index has to be wrong. What? Okay. That's that's negative 259 trillion. That's definitely not what you want to see. So this is 100% uninitialized. Are we sure that what we're passing into here is a pair? Just making sure that I did this correct. This should be absolutely the exact same thing, that this equals this should be the exact same thing. Um, you know, it'd be really, really stupid if... No, this is fine. This is the exact same thing. I mean, this render texture pair should be... It's kind of acting like I'm casting it to the wrong pointer type somewhere, but that doesn't make any sense because... I mean, let's just try it with that syntax, but it's the exact same thing. Or at least it should be the same thing, unless there's some compiler shenanigans going on. Yeah. You know what I'm realizing now is that the bound pointer is the correct one. And the group pointer is the incorrect pointer. What is this? This is global render groups. Oh. Oh. Okay. You hate to see it. You hate to see when something like this happens. Oh, God. Here I was trying to be slick. Right? Yeah, this is actually quite painful. Like, even though I find the bug here, yeah. Even though I find the bug here, it's kind of not actually over because I also have to figure out why we have floor on the ceiling. It's like also something else, but now we have all the correct units, but we still, for whatever reason, don't have ceiling. Even though we have 3 different groups, we don't have the correct text array index, text array index, text array index. They all have the same text array index, even though they should. Well, I can actually check if they should be they shouldn't be, right? For the grading, grading should be on a different text array than the wall is. Okay, well, now that that's fixed, I'm kind of like mad, but yeah, I don't really know how I'm gonna deal with that then in the future. I would have to go inside of every single one and then change it if I realloc later. I kind of didn't think about it when I was reallocating stuff. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna deal with that. Now let me see here. So and we're sure that this isn't text array is the and then the text array index is done when we generate, right? Text array index is the texture pool material text ID, texture ID, and the material texture ID we set up, right? Let me make sure that we do this before or after we set up our we generate render groups here, which should be well past our loading our textures. Right, we have init text arrays here. Can I see what this what this was before. This was back here. It was just text arrays indexed by I, and now we're just indexing it by the unless the texture ID is wrong, which it shouldn't be. For ceiling, that is texture ID okay, well that's actually what it is. Yeah, I just forgot to change that. Okay. Which I mean, that's completely my fault, but this should be 2. Okay. Okay, I'm happy to report that we're finally done with this. Now we can try this, I guess. Now that everything is fixed, we can try to fix that. And that'll be the next thing. Here I didn't want to double up on the pointers because it seemed unnecessary. Maybe when it comes to this, we just don't. Do we set the params with anything? Val.m4. We don't actually set the params to anything. Which is probably why that wasn't working. I just simply forgot to do it. And so it was passing a 0 for the count. We could take a pointer as, for now, I think we just want to get this finished with, but val.m4.params.count equals 1, and then the transpose equals false. I kind of forget to do certain things, and then I like, and then I realized later, oh, I just said I would do that, and then I forgot to do it. Let me see this function. This also takes the count and the transpose. So I'm just going to hard code that for now because I don't think that there's anywhere in the engine where I just don't have that as the case. But okay, this should just work now, finally. So So for speed, you want the pointers. Okay, for speed, you want the pointers on that. In the pair. But then when we reallocate, then we are going to run into problems when we either reallocate shaders or our group. So that means that we just have to not do this. And so we should just have this as two size T's that index, and then we just search for those indexes later. This is just what it's going to look like instead. And I mean, this is the correct way of doing it, I'm pretty sure. Now when I bind this, not here, this is now going to be, I don't even have this, I don't even have its own index here. Do I? No. Which I am gonna need on it to do this, so we will have to do that too. So this will be the group shader index, and then we need to put the index on the group itself. So that's what we're gonna do. Now the group gets a okay, and then that means that we have to actually get these during runtime, which isn't very great at all. You know, it's definitely slowing us down, but I mean, there is no way around it. The group is going to be, we have to search our globals, render group, step buffer, index by the group. So it turns into this instead, which is not very fun, but it is what it is. See, I always want to like optimize for speed, but then I forget about like safety when it comes to reallocating stuff. Oh. Why can't we get the texture unit here? Oh. So that's what it turns into. And it's like an extra couple of instructions we have to go through there, but it's definitely worth it for the safety. What I also have to remember to do though is when we generate these render groups, we always have to put on here, we always have to put group index equals group count. Okay. Okay, so let me see if all of that works. So now we're going by index instead of by pointer because, yeah, I didn't really consider that, I guess. Okay, that's a seg fault. Why is that a seg fault? Oh. Because of that. Because of that. Yeah, I have to change the music. I've listened to this album like 20 times in a row now. Okay, everything works now, which is cool. Now we have to move everything else into this system. So that's going to be the next goal. That's just doing the geometry. So now we have to move everything into this. And this is our new render loop, is just this, which is pretty neat. But it is going to be pretty painful to get the rest of the stuff in there. What do I want to listen to today? Man, I don't know. I do not know. I'm feeling the emo today. What's that album called by oh yeah, this one. Yeah, I was banging this the other day. It's an awesome album. Alright, let's move everything over into here. Let's start with the Sky Pass. First thing we can do here is to not continue on this anymore and say if the group if the properties dot what is it called? The I kind of forget which one it is. Maybe it's draw command. No, it's not. Oh, the buffer usage. I moved to the VAO layout. Oh. Well, that's fine. I'll just do that there then. There we go. So if we aren't static draw, oh, wait. Yes, this. Don't ask me about this logic, why this is. Basically, this is static draw, so this is where we aren't uploading a buffer. So if we aren't uploading a buffer and we have nothing to upload, then we're fine, right? To pass. But if we aren't static drawing and we have no buffer, then we're just gonna skip. That's why. we have that. Now we should be able to do the sky pass without this. Let me actually check within our where would this be? This is going to be in the shaders for the sky. Yeah, because it's just a static texture that we haven't really touched yet. So I'm just going to get rid of all of this. Oh, we still need to do the frame buffer stuff. Oh. Right. Believe it or not, that's not going to be too painful, but we basically need to make a name for all of our frame buffers. And then each material will be going to a specific frame buffer. Yeah, this music is definitely what I needed today. Okay. Then when we create our render group, we are going to make these indexes just like everything else. Everything is just going to be an index inside of the frame buffer. Oh wait. I didn't make an array of frame buffers. I was doing them all by name. Oh gosh. This is going to be pretty complicated. We're going to have to do some work then on all of this then. Okay. Okay, so I think that that's all of them. I guess the default FBO is not going to be a part of our thing. Hey, what's up, Lloyd? How are you doing? Oh, sorry, I hit the mic. Yeah, so now this is going to have to be an array that we index into. And that's going to be hard to do because all of our then we'd have to wrap all of our FBO specific logic up into it. So we should probably like make a list of all of that. Hey, I am doing well, thanks. I appreciate that about the new video. Thanks for commenting too. I appreciated that. I'm trying to do like smaller content because I think it's just good for people to watch. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna keep trying to do that. basically what I'm moving towards at this point is a command buffer, basically. This is just like the a very basic command buffer is what I'm realizing now. So every render group is going to now have a frame buffer. Well, that's good. I'm happy to hear that. I mean, it was a very, basic, non-technical type of video, but I think that that's probably the stuff that's most accessible anyway. I definitely do want to do more technical videos in the future, though. Like, I definitely want to do more, like, I don't know. Hey, what's up, Noah? I'm doing well. Thanks for stopping by. I'm kind of in the depths of a very interesting refactor right now. So basically we're abstracting our entire render loop away into render groups, and we are going to bind a frame buffer now based on this index. The thing is, I also have to figure out like how I would define if we are going to clear it, if we are going to set the viewport or whatever. Should keep a balance like advanced and lightweight to keep all audience. Yeah, definitely. It is hard though. It's also hard because I know there are already so many good resources out there for stuff. Like, I kind of want to do something that's unique, I guess, that isn't already being offered. Like I could just like direct people to better resources than I'd be able to do for most of this stuff. But I think I'm going to do a video once I get done with this refactor about basically how I built this system, and hopefully that'll be a good video to watch. You missed the stream past few days. Been working on my own project. Well, I haven't streamed I think in 3 days, so I don't. Maybe you didn't miss anything at all. Yeah, the particle stuff, we shouldn't even be worrying about the compute shitter stuff. Let's just kind of comment this out, I think. Let's not even worry about it. The debug stuff I'm also not going to worry about. This is all wireframe. So let's just comment all of this out. Yeah, it definitely does. It is quite painful, but it is kind of cool seeing how it's all come together now. Okay. That we don't really care about. Okay, so down here. I wonder if we ever don't want to change the GL viewport to the new FBO when we bind it. So the way other engines do it, or like the way you do it in Vulkan, for example, right, is you have a command buffer full of commands that do all of these things, right? So you would have a command that binds a frame buffer, a command that changes the viewport, and then you would basically, that would be your loop. Is just, it's a loop of commands, right? And so my render group struct would basically change to be like commands pointer command, right, or something like this. I don't think I'm ready for that. But I definitely want to think of... I want to see clear depth, clear color buffer bit. So we bind this, we change the viewport, clear that. Like, we could technically just make booleans for that, for now at least. Like, we don't have to go all in this. That's what I'm kind of looking to do right now, is I'm kind of looking to just make it booleans if possible. But I also do know that we have multiple times where we're binding different textures, different frame buffer textures that I may need to pay attention to. Also, I generate this map, which is very important. And I don't know how I'm going to do that too, so I have to think about that. Okay. I think maybe now I kind of want to see oh no, I should have yanked this to here. So this is on the composite, then I'm binding the composite. This is not during the actual rendering. Here we bind main to main, we bind volumetric there, we bind volumetric to the composite, right? And then we bind composite to composite. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be complicated, I think, because then I need... Okay, so we have a frame buffer to bind for each render group. We change the viewport. Then we have an optional texture to bind per material. Right? And then if we don't have an FBO text, if this is 0, then we just bind the FBO texture to itself. The question is, how would we get volumetric composite text onto here? I don't really know. For example. technically what we could do is we could put this with the shaders. Because volumetric composite is its own shader anyway. So we could just leave a comment here for us. And then this will be copied from the shader program. It kind of makes sense for it to be on the shader program, actually. At least in my eyes, it kind of does. We could just do this. For now. And then we can wrap that up in some sort of abstraction later to be user facing. But it does make sense for that to be on the shader because, at least in my mind, you're always going to have a different shader for that texture, right? Unless you reuse it, but yeah. That would be complicated to design. I don't really know how to do that, but let's just keep it simple for now so that we can get out of refactoring hell. Now it kind of seems like the shaders themselves are more than just shaders. They're kind of turning into like render passes themselves, which I guess you could just like make a struct for that. Although this is now becoming super complicated, but yeah, this would have this in it, and then a user would be able to define them kind of like they do shaders, I guess. It would basically just be No, you know what? We put this on render properties. 100%. We put it on render properties and then we'll deal with the consequences later. Maybe you don't actually want this. For now, let's just do this. Because technically this is still fine. This happens in a sorting order, it's fine. And then this is going to be for 90% of them. This is going to be true. It's going to be exactly just copy and paste down. Yes. For sky, we want to clear color and clear depth because sky is the first thing that we draw. Okay. Okay, so this is basically how you're defining your draw passes at this point, is that you have these materials that become your draw passes, kind of. That you just have them in JSON or whatever beforehand. Oh, sorry, no, I didn't even see you asked me about the UI stuff. Yeah, I pretty much finished up with the UI stuff, and then I moved to this refactor. I kind of put it on hold, to be honest. I finished the drop down, and then I kind of moved over to this. I kind of realized that for some of the UI stuff I wanted to do, I needed to have different shaders for different UI elements, and then it got me thinking, oh, now I need to have shaders completely separate from whatever we're drawing, you know. That's what kind of got us here. Okay. Yeah, I kind of wanted to make like a color picker and stuff, and then I kind of like looked up examples of a color picker, and I like realized, oh, I could just do it in the frag shader really easy, and then I was like, oh, but I only have one UI pass, so now I'd have to make a frag shader that was just for one UI element, and then I was like, oh, this needs to be something that's defined at compile time. That's how we somehow made it to here. Okay, so if we want to do the volumetric pass as a thing, then this is going to be the volumetric. And the layout will be full screen. And then the name will be volumetric. Right? And then we are... Oh, we also need a sprintf on these material definitions, the frame buffer as well now. So the frame buffer for this becomes... I'm pretty sure we called it volumetric. Yeah, so now this is getting pretty complicated. So now we have materials that are basically a combination of these four things. Materials are basically how we define our draw passes now, right? So we have the volumetric pass material, was my idea of completely abstracting everything. And so these have all different render properties and stuff, and we now our draw loop, hopefully after we finish all of this, is literally just going to be this is going to be our entire render loop, hopefully, when we get there. But I have to kind of collapse everything into here. Okay, so I don't think we need anything else for this, actually. Oh, actually, I don't actually know. We have no blend on this, right? No blend, no depth test, right? Right, and we also have these sorts, and this is how you're going to sort your draw passes. So, right now we're just doing them in order, basically. So this is volumetric composite. So here you want this to be volumetric composite text for just this pass, and that's why we added that. That's why we added that. Because now later, not yet, but once we get there, we are going to rebind the FBO text. The layout should be UI. for this, and then the shader name should be UI. Wait, I already had this. I already did this one. So then our UI should move up then. We should have this sorted at 8. And our text sorted at, or UI sorted at 8, and then these are just like placeholder values for now. Oh wait, I should have put it at 9. Okay, so we already did UI and text, so that means... Didn't I do post-process? No. Nine. Fantastic. Okay. The name is... All of these should have the same name. It should be full screen 2. For this we disable blend. Hold on. Am I... No, not yet. I should be remembering to not clear color and not clear depth. I just kind of copied this and almost forgot to do that actually. Would have been a kind of a disaster, to be honest. So then this is sorted at 11, and then this is sorted at 12. Oh, the FPO text should be 0 here. Yeah. Okay. I hope that I called that bloom ping. I don't really remember if I did. Okay. Actually, I think that this might also be called blur 1. I think we split this up into two different things because of the uniforms, so it was just easier to do it in two separate. We basically load the shader twice, and then pass different uniforms in, because that was kind of the simple way to do it. Okay. Alrighty. Let me sort this to 15. This is back to the composite. And now we set the composite text, but we don't need to put that here, I don't think. It's full screen. This is composite, and then we'll call this yeah, the other one we called volumetric composite. Yeah. Do I clear? Yeah, I clear color. The interesting thing is that sometimes I do this GL clear depth to 1.0. And I think clearing it to 1 is different than clearing it to 0. So I wonder if I should put that as a thing. Because it's different, right, than doing GL depth buffer bit. I think that clears it to 0 and this clears it to 1. And for whatever reason, clearing it to 1 was important. So in that case, I can just extend the struct to, instead of being a bowl, be, we'll just do this. And then here it'll be 0.0 because we clear it to 0. And then for the sky pass, to check this out, I clear it to 0, so that's going to be 0.0. Oh, wait, yeah, I have to set all of the clear depths to -1 then, if I'm going to do it this way. Okay. Okay. This is going to be making a huge change here compared to... We might have to, we should maybe just like make a different function, to be honest. Instead of just like commenting all of this out, we might just make a different render function and just start from scratch, because this is very different. Yeah. I'm gonna write this file to a backup, to a hard backup right now. Reason being is because we are about to upend the entire thing once I do this. So what we're doing now is, instead of this, actually we don't have to. We can just like move it over incrementally, but I'm gonna put this inside of our globals, I think. Well, we should also make a, yeah, so right here I'm going to make a struct for this called resizable frame buffers, and this is going to just be okay. And that's where all of our frame buffers are gonna hopefully live now. So we can just Yeah, let's just put it here. Oh. I messed it up already. Just trying to do this very efficiently and then I messed it up immediately. Oh gosh, I just messed it up again. Oh, whoops. Kind of is hard to remember the keystrokes. There we go. Boom. Okay, that should be all of them. Hey, what's up, Luke? How are you doing? I hope well. Did you end up using Helix? I saw you talking about that in the Discord. If so, that's really cool. I'm doing good. We're about to upend the entire rendering loop, so that's kind of, I'm a bit worried, but we'll be good. We'll be good. We'll be all good. This is Arch Linux. Ooh, a different Luke. This is actually Mint. Because I have a very, very testy computer made by Microsoft. Okay, so we have to make a function then. Hold on, let's just do this here. We're gonna do the same thing for frame buffers. I wanted to start using it, but it says for installing it, I need Microsoft App Installer. Oh, interesting. I think I used it on Windows before I used it on Linux, and I think it worked fine. I think that they just had an installer, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Generates render groups. We're going to You're just gonna wait until you convert to Linux? Yeah, that's viable. Also, probably, like, I would just use, like, NeoVim, probably, if it didn't have, like, such annoying setup. Same capabilities as Visual Studio. It has different capabilities, like, Visual Studio is really good because it has plugin support, right? So you can get, like, for example, a debugger. Helix doesn't really have debugging. It kind of does, but it's really janky. But as far as, like, there's a lot of things here that you can't do in VS Code, of course. Like, let's say I want to reorder these lines. I can do that using this, which is pretty funny. There's a lot of things that you can do here that you can't do in VS Code. So it's just whatever you kind of want out of your editor. You can also do some, like, funky stuff here, like if I do this, for example, and then go here and then split on new lines and then do this, I can justify to any position, which is pretty cool. I don't know. There's some really cool things that you can do with Helix that you can't really do in any other editor. But it does take a little bit of getting used to. I need that in the header file, actually. I'm using VS Code, which to my understanding doesn't allow for app creation, only file editing. App creation? Interesting. I mean, that depends. So that depends on your language and your compiler, you know? If you want to make a executable, right, from C, that's very easy to do, because C is a language that compiles straight to an executable. So it depends on your language and your compiler, you know. But from VS Code, you should be able to make any type of compiler the same from as Helix, because it's all done through LSP. And yeah, but I would have to know, like, what you're trying to make and what language you're using to make it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Oh, thanks, Langton. I when I run into a bug like I had earlier, and then I spend like 2 hours finding it, I definitely try to make up for it if I'm streaming. It was a very stupid error too. I was reallocating stuff and there was dangling pointers, and I didn't really understand it until the very end. Yeah, I was wondering why the pointers weren't correct, and then I realized, oh, it's because I reallocate it. And I wasn't really thinking about it because there was no reason for me to be reallocating it, but because I wanted to be fancy, I was reallocating it. What was I just doing? Yeah. So I was looking here. Yeah, this doesn't need to be here. This is in render properties. Oh yeah, this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to make sure that this doesn't return null, it returns a -1 so that we know if it doesn't find a frame buffer. If FBO IDX I'm a futures trader and wanting to create a desktop app that sources data from Ticker API and then play a tone when there's mass buying or selling on the exchange. Oh yeah, you could do that in pretty much any language. But to compile that to an executable, I don't really know what the tools are like for a certain language, but you can look that up. Like if you want to do that in Java, for example, there are ways you can make a Java desktop application even. You just kind of have to look up your language in a desktop application and see how you can compile it to an executable and what GUI framework or whatever is available. But that's the good thing about low-level stuff like C. C, it automatically compiles to an executable. But there is kind of downsides, like, the fact that actually building a GUI in a language like C is pretty painful. So now we have the FBO IDX. Let me make sure that we are setting all of the FBOs up first before we init everything. We are. Okay, good. We also want to C# or C++? For quant, C++ definitely. Like if you want to get a job in the field, C++, 100%. Quant is a field of like jobs, basically. It's quantitative trading. It's a part of computer science nowadays. It's for the people who make all of the analysis tools for trading. It's a lot of money in it, actually. I think it's pretty interesting if you're into all that stuff. Actually, I'm kind of leaning towards Our FBO is starting at index 1. Trying to figure out how I want to do this. I kind of want to start at our count being most language do most things, but also if you're looking into quant, I would recommend you watch Coding Jesus on YouTube. He's kind of the quant guy on YouTube. Yeah. And then if the FBO is 0, yeah. Yeah, you should definitely watch some of his other content, like when he does those call-in interviews with people. Super, super, super good. Highly recommend that. Yeah, I think that we just want to allocate this to the maximum. Let's just kind of allocate it. This is kind of a mess, but yeah, let's just allocate this FBO's buffer. Let's just malloc it to like 10. Let's go to like 15. And let's set the capacity. Okay. So now our render loop is going to change. Before we do anything here, we are going to yeah. You have to search it based on so this is going to be in globals dot frame buffers dot buffer indexed by the group frame buffer index. Oh. Okay. Yeah, C++ is 100% the way to go for quant. It's what they do pretty much all of their stuff at like the top firms. Yeah, you can definitely do quant. I know that there are quant people that do Python stuff too. but I feel like that's the more machine learning type of side of things. It's definitely down to kind of your interests. But as far as like low level performance stuff, definitely C++. And of course, I'm always going to be partial to C and stuff, you know. Let's abstract this away into a function that does this for us. Let's put it with the rest of our stuff. So set render properties. Void. Actually, hey, what's up, Carrie? How are you doing? Nice to see ya. You kind of missed all the fun bug stuff that was going on earlier. I'm doing good. A lot better after we figured out that bug. There was a pointer that was getting reallocated, and I forgot that I was reallocating that array. I forgot that that was a dynamic array, and for many 2 hours we were kind of looking at this pointer and saying, why is this pointer different than this pointer? And then we realized, oh, right. Yeah, C is an amazing language, but as far as like working in an industry, I would probably learn C++, you know? Because you can always like learn C on your free time if you think that it's interesting and you find joy in it, yeah. But as far as like if you want to do like quant stuff, I think it's all going to be pretty much in C++. The place for C nowadays is usually embedded systems, industry-wise, right? Industry-wise is definitely different than hobby projects, like making your own compiler or making your own OS or... Oh, do we need a target for this too? How do we do this? I'm not sure when this would be anything other than GL frame buffer. I have to look up the documentation on this real quick. But GL bind frame buffer. What can the target be? Frame buffer object is bound to GeoDraw. Becomes the target for rendering or oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay, well... I don't really think we want to really think about that right now, but it's, you know... it's the GL viewport. Alright, peace out, Luke. Have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. I've got a lot of Python haters. You guys would really get along with Arya. I don't know where Arya is. Yeah, I don't hate Python. I don't know, what really made me appreciate Python was the linear stuff that I was doing with Jax and NumPy. Those libraries with Python are kind of their own language, you know. What did I just have on here? Oh, clear color, right? That's what we're doing. That's what we were going to do. Before this, we have to set the FBO text, though. Oh, I don't have the attachment type. Yeah, that's important, actually. Yeah, that's important. Yeah, I think all the NumPy stuff is really amazing. Like when it comes to rotating arrays and their built-in kernels. I mean, it's amazing what they have in NumPy. Like, it's like insane. If you want to like look up what I think Python is made for, look up the Flowlenia implementation, their GitHub that they have with Jax NumPy. It's like the code is just kind of beautiful. For now, let's just do this, but we are going to have an enum for that. I forget what this int is. Level. We could definitely put it in. Oh, but then all the materials would need it. It's kind of annoying, to be honest. I say for now we leave it out because really we're not even Um, okay. So we don't need the group here. I thought that we did, but we don't. Okay. Oh, I need to put this in the header file. C was a language made for me, I think. I think it takes kind of a level of insanity to appreciate it. I should make sure, actually. I should make 100% sure that the sky is, this is, oh, actually, good point. I completely forgot to put these for these, which is, this should be, oh, I don't know what frame buffer that's on, actually. This is the UI frame, has its own frame buffer, I forgot. Entity is going to go on main. Oh. This is all going to go on main. I didn't really think about this before we started this, but okay. Now before I get confused, we have this going to default, the default frame buffer. Now when we search for frame buffer index, that no Rust bros here. Isabel's a Rust bro. At some point I thought students in C, C++, DirectX. Oh, you taught? That's cool. I think teaching nowadays would drive me up a wall because of all the AI stuff. That would drive me crazy. Yeah, I feel like we should probably just make a different render function at this point if we're going to do this now. I'm just trying to see what in this render function we're going to have to copy over. I don't even think we want to do this entity batching thing anymore. I kind of forgot what this was. This was... Yeah, we just want to set the globals.time. Okay, let's just go to the top and make another function. We're just going to call it this for now. That looks really clean. I doubt it's gonna work though. Doubt it's gonna work. But you gotta make the jump eventually, right? I can't imagine Carrie as a Rust bro. I can't imagine that. Okay. Sir, it looks like our heap is corrupted. Oh no. Sir, it looks like your heap is corrupted. Okay, lock in. Let's see what the print statements are telling me. Oh, I can't imagine you being a Rust bro, Carrie. I think it's just one of these things where I have to try to comment that out and see if we don't crash anymore. Or at least not crash in the same place. Yeah, the question is, what are we freeing? Wish I knew what it was beforehand. Let's just try commenting out the render loop completely from the main loop. No, it's definitely not that. Let's not do that. There's no point. It's definitely something on a init that I didn't think about. Is it this? You know, I think that that's all correct. So actually, you know, it's a good point actually is that, oh, yeah, that's a good point actually. If we give us a 0, then we have to do properties. Where's the... I have to... Oh, you can do exclamation point font to get the font, single MC. Nice to see you. Got into the hype and tried it for real. And I did. What did I think of it? I definitely prefer C to Rust. Yeah. Rust is, I don't know. It didn't feel like writing code. Writing C feels like writing code, you know? Writing Rust feels like... It almost feels like I'm calling an API every time I try to write a for loop. Yeah, what I just realized here is that this... This is what we're gonna do. At least for right now. We can optimize this later, but I just wanna... Yeah, I've never used C Sharp. Never used C Sharp. I doubt that this is... Alright, let's GDB it. Generate render groups. That's what I kind of thought, but I also... Ah. That's why. Yes, okay. Well, that's a pretty simple fix, to be honest. I just need to change the depths count to the actual count. Surprised that this didn't crash us earlier, to be honest, than it did. Yeah, I'm gonna automate that all eventually with reading it in from a JSON, but I just wanted to just keep it hard coded for now, while I work through all the bugs and stuff. No FPO found. No FPO found. Huh. Have fun writing that code. Very interesting how we have no FPO found for most of these. No FPO found via material string. I definitely am sending in the right one, right? Under generate. Yeah, I do set this in. Oh, that's what I never did. I got distracted, and in here I take this in, but I don't actually set the name. Actually, does that even work? Apparently it does. No shader found twice. Okay, so we get a seg fault. We use shader geometry, num101, shader geometry, shader sky with num74. Shader sky crashes us. Let me see what the material for sky is. Richard Stallman. That's my man. So let's run through what it's gonna do then. Ooh, that's actually a good point. It might not have a group function. Let me go to the generate and see where we actually set that up. bind draw command goes based on the layout buffer usage, and then here draw array static. And I get the draw command from the properties, right? No, I get it from the layout as well, I guess. Yeah. So the buffer usage was static draw, and this is GL array buffer, so this should 100% have a function, if I'm binding it correctly. Let's just try not to draw anything. Let's see if we don't crash. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Okay. If that's without... Might have to log more. We do know here that we get this group pointer, which means that before the seg fault happens, we get into here. This should not have a callback function on the group. It should not have a callback function on the group. I'd actually write a... just to see, I mean... We should actually set the callback function to null on the generate 100%. I think that that's probably what happened. I have to check these out. These should not be... Okay, we're actually not anymore. We do have some GL errors to work through. Something I want to do is this. Everything is in order except for the sky. So I'm going to move the sky up. We will write a Q sort for it, but for now I just want to do it like this. Okay, the rest should be the exact same. Yeah, what I wanted to check out was to go into here and make sure that our shaders are the correct name. I forget what the other one was, but I think it was before this. Bloom should be correct. Post-process should be the same. Volumetric composite. Maybe it's that one. No, I called it that. Volumetric. Text should be text. Oh, this is going to be impossible to find. Yeah. Okay, let's just try it. No shader found for either Bloom or the volumetric composite. Which ones do we have commented out? Oh, the post-processing one we have commented out. Alright, peace out, Carrie. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. I guess I just didn't do the post-processing shader. Okay. Something else I probably need to do is change some of these. No, that's fine. Projection view is fine. Good thing I caught that. Okay, yeah, I think we have to make we have to set up the post-processing shader. It's kind of important. I don't know why I skipped this one. Okay. So the only things we have to do are a few I just Hey, what's up, David? How are you doing? I always wondered how you're able to look at all this information and process it. Well, I mean, there's a reason why it's called a language, you know? It's very similar to, I think, someone who doesn't know how to code would look at a language that they don't know. You know, for example, if I were to read Mandarin, you know, or whatever, like I wouldn't know. I would be completely out of touch. You know, um, I think of it exactly the same. That's why it's called a programming language. But you shouldn't be intimidated at all by it. It's something then that once you learn to do, it becomes second nature, just like a language. You know. Um, yeah. So those textures. I think we'll just keep that as that for now. Thanks, David. I appreciate that. If you have any interest in learning how to code, should totally give it a shot. I think it's way too intimidating for how it is, you know. You know what I'm realizing now? It's actually a big problem that these are pointing to yeah, this would have to be resolved, right? So we'd have to have a step here where we yeah, it would be this, right? So we would have to search for the frame buffer now. Yeah, I'm kind of in the zone right now, actually. I think it took me a while to get into the zone, but I think we're there now. How did I start programming? I started when I was in high school. When I was 16, I took AP Computer Science, and then I kind of just took it home, and I was always coding like terminal applications and stuff, and then over the years I did just stuff here and there whenever I had an idea for a project or whatever. I've never really had a proper programming job or anything like that. So I'm definitely kind of like self-taught. But there's a lot of great resources on the internet, you know? Many videos, you know, that are very helpful, you know, to get you into a certain language. Or help you make whatever you want to make, you know? Yeah, I think that this is the pattern that we're going for here. Eventually this is going to be hopefully all abstracted away. But yeah, so this is like basically when you're setting up a shader as a user, you're going to search for the frame buffer for the texture that you need, and then you use that color, text, or whatever, that attachment. But we need to do that for every single shader now. Let me make sure that this is... I think we only use it once, right? Yeah. Okay. It should only be on our post-processing passes that we have that. But yeah, so I have to just go through and see. Yeah, so anything that... Ooh. We should probably still do this, actually. Ooh, I forgot to copy that, actually. Okay. Yeah, before I lose my mind here, I realized I forgot that. Okay. So this is going to be also main, both of these. Okay. I hope Arya's alright. I haven't seen him all day. I missed one. I did miss this one. Yeah, I should have been doing this. We are calling this bloom. gosh, oh, that was painful. I am reaffirming my hatred of math by coding my camera controller in perspective view matrix. Yeah. I feel you there. Yeah, for me, it was like I took all of my math from, like, copy pasted from another project. So I was pretty lucky there. Also, I'd be 100% lying if I didn't resort to asking an LLM when I was super confused. And it helped me figure it out, honestly, when I was really confused doing all the math for it. Position X, target X plus radius. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to do the make look at or the perspective? Are you doing the projection or the view matrix? Okay, I have no clue if any of this is working anymore, but I think I changed all of it. I think so. Look at and orbit around. Oh, I don't have orbit around. Yeah, I'd be lying if I actually understood, if I said I understood how my make look at actually works. I just copied it. But that link that I dropped is the exact formula for the matrix multiplication. Yeah, the problem with this is now I have no clue where, like, how do I even log this? Like, this is cursed. You're basing your camera controls on Blender? Yeah, I'm not sure about the orbit around. But for the make look at, I remember I had to take my camera right vector and my camera up vector and then pass those as arguments. And then those became, like, parts of the matrix. Ooh, yeah, I didn't do that one. Didn't do the very last one. I doubt that that's the issue, but it's one of these things where if there's one bad, like, link in this chain, then the whole thing just renders to a black screen. So it's kind of hard to figure out where that is. I'm gonna have to do a lot of logging since it is like a massive refactor. Yeah. What I could try here is I could change this from composite to main and see if we get any output, because that would just upscale our main FBL. Oh. I forgot what these things are. You know, this has just become kind of a part of my initialization, you know. Okay, well, if that's not giving me anything, then that's kind of crazy, I guess. Also, let's make sure, I'm like 90% sure that I make my frame buffers before I make my shaders 100%. I feel like the only way to do this then is to do it one by one and then just like what we can do is we can just actually, the good thing about this is that we can just like comment all of this out now. Like, this should just be possible for us to do. Let me make sure that this is calic. Let's also get rid of this. Let's just do it step by step. I think I might take a break in a little bit. I might just like get my coffee. Why segfault though? Why are we segfaulting though? This is super confusing why that would seg faultless though. Because I have I don't want to really have to move all of our IDs around, but when we generate render groups, we should automatically go like we continue. Like this is continue, continue, full screen, found full screen, and then our render group equals the group count. I can try and GDB it. Seg fault here. Search for material. Global's material. Where even is that line? Initialize default UI. Oh, that isn't even where I thought that was. Oh. You know what, then if that's gonna give us problems, then just literally take that out of the thing. There we go. Maybe I need different music. Okay, so we still have a blank screen, that is true. Shader geometry, full screen. Very interesting that we have two and not three. Right, I was gonna change the music and then I got distracted. I'm interested that it's not three. There aren't three. But this is, we aren't getting any OpenGL errors. Let me make sure on this that it's exactly the same. that might actually be, that might be the issue. Let me hard code that then, just to test. Let me just copy this, paste this, comment it out. Now let me see if it works. Never mind. Oh, because I forgot to put that in. Because I commented out the draw when I was debugging. Never mind. Yeah, what were you up to? I thought you like got mad at me or something. No, but I mean it's good that you you know. I hate that I like keep you here all the time. What's up, Aria? Don't worry, it wasn't very eventful. It was kind of painful, and now we're rendering to a black screen, so this is my new render loop. Whoa. My new render loop excels at drawing to a blank screen. That's what the whole refactor was about. Even smaller, yep. Yep, even smaller. Let's try to get rid of this. I don't know. Yeah, I have no clue how to fix any of these bugs though now. Everything is behind like 20 different abstractions that the bugs are like impossible to find now. I mean, I don't know. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong code. The messed up thing is that we don't even get any OpenGL errors. Like, if we had errors to go off of, then I would be like, oh, totally, you know, but the fact that we don't have any errors is very concerning to me. I'm also confused why... Let me see this layout, actually. That's a good... Well, I would have a printout here, though. I would have a printout if it couldn't find the layout, right? You really should look into RenderDoc. Yeah, I did look into it. I don't think that this is going to help us here, though. Unfortunately. But maybe. I'm not really sure about the capabilities of RenderDoc, but I think that what's probably happening here is that I am 100%. There is something probably on my end on the CPU that's not getting bound properly. Basically, I have a whole... It is looping through all of the definitions and then finding stuff in my registry, and then it binds it to a struct that then does this does everything automated based on parameters. And it's just, you know, if there's one typo, then everything gets messed up, you know. Let me search for the name full screen layout. Yeah, it's static draw GL array buffer. To be honest, I didn't test that. Let's actually go to where static... I don't even know where this would be, though. Oh, draw array static. The buffer override. And the buffer override comes from the layout. And the buffer override is 6, which is correct. Yeah, I mean, there isn't any OpenGL errors, so if there's no errors, then there's really no way to trace anything. We should check if we're getting in here. Because this is something that I didn't actually check out yet. But yeah, right now all I'm trying to do is draw the geometry. I'm not really doing anything else. I'm very confused though on why we only have 2 geometry passes before the full screen. I probably need to log a lot more than I'm currently logging. Which probably is what's gonna have to be the thing. Like, I have to know. What did this say? Yeah, we are drawing static with override 6. That is correct. Mm-hmm. So my idea is that maybe this clear depth is... Also, we absolutely have to be... Yeah, we are. We are. Trying to think, maybe it having a texture array of 0. I'm gonna try to do something really stupid and crazy here, which is just... I'm just going to try to... What if I just try to put this on the default frame buffer? Just to see if we get anything? I don't know. Oh gosh. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to hard code the full screen upscale for this, and then because if that doesn't work, then we're just really screwed. To be honest, I'm not very surprised that this doesn't work. I mean, after all, it is like an insanely massive refactor, but oh, so we have to do the search for frame buffer using main. This is going to be the globals.frame buffers. This is just for testing anyway. But yeah, so this is what it looks like. Rest of these can go away. Actually, we're gonna bind the our backup. I'm just gonna try and hard code all of this. I mean, it's kind of a shot in the dark here, but I just kind of need to know what part is failing. Like, it's kind of impossible for me to even figure that out with the current setup. Oh boy. This is exactly what was working beforehand in the other draw loop. So, like, this is pretty much the exact same thing that we were doing before, so I don't know why there's an issue. Like, I'm gonna try the exact same thing here. God, I hate having to go back and forth between these two. It's like so annoying how far they are. Yeah. I just added this to the jump list and now it's not on the jump list. Yeah, this is our first time actually using our frame buffers in array rather than just like straight up calling them by name. So it's kind of I'm just gonna try to get it working again, and then we'll try to do it slowly, I guess. Like let's not even bind the frame buffer. Let's just go printf let's go FBO name. Just to make sure that I'm getting the right FBO. Very strange. Actually, very, very, very strange. Because that should be on the main frame buffer. Let me see the frame buffer name, main, name, main. Very strange. Why that was working and now it's not working now? Maybe my logic here is wrong. Let's just go back to this, I guess. Oh gosh. Doesn't really make sense to me. Ooh, I think I know why. Oh, peace out, Luca. Hope you have a good night. I think I know why this is not working. That just... I just had a brain blast moment here where I just kind of realized that this is... when we append, we had these searching for UIDs that are no longer correct because we shifted everything up. Understood. Oh, did it, Rob? Oh, did it? Oh, dude, no way. GPT is just too good. Man, that's good. Okay. Okay, that's why it worked. It's because the UID was the same. I don't actually think that that actually fixes the error though. Like, I feel like that fixes, like, that was a part of it, but I doubt that it was the whole deal. Just doesn't feel like the real error, you know what I mean? Comment out line 36. Really? Let's see what line 36 is. Line 36 is commented out. Let's try uncommenting it out. Maybe that was it. Oh yeah, it helped. Dude, there's a squirrel in my bird feeder. Bro, he jumped from the tree. Dude, this motherfucker. You should see him. He like thinks he's the shit right now. He's just eating everything up there and he like keeps on looking up and looking around. Like, oh, are they gonna catch me? Motherfucker. Like, I don't think you understand how far this guy jumped. This guy jumped like 5 at least. No, this is like a 10-foot jump from the tree to the bird feeder that this squirrel just did. Holy shit. That's gnarly, man. Okay, so now that that's fixed, I wonder if he's gonna stop eating, or if he's just gonna stay there eating. I mean, this is ridiculous. I feel like really dumb. At this point, I feel really dumb. Okay. Let's just go back to this render loop. And let's try this. Let's try this. Okay. So let's try to bind the correct FBO. And then just render that FBO. That's all we're gonna do. Just to simulate what's happening. In the other draw loop. Well, the squirrel jumped off, so I guess he had enough. Okay. Okay. So now this is going to work. Then it has to be a problem with how I create my FBOs. That's what it comes down to. I mean, I don't know why we don't have walls. I may have done the binding incorrect. But yeah, I mean, it has to be the frame buffer issue. A frame buffer issue. Actually, you know it was probably... Well, no. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure. I might have to print out like the FBO numbers or whatever. Let me make sure that the binding is correct here before I For walls, this is a UID of 1 and a texture ID of 6. Okay. So that means that over here this needs text ID of 6, needs a UID of 1. Okay. Well, this is all pretty awesome. I think we can all agree on that. This is all pretty awesome, huh? I really enjoy this. I think that this is super cool. Yeah, I don't really know. I might have to take a break. I've been kind of sitting here for a very long time. Maybe I come back for like an hour with a coffee and try to take a look at this. But yeah, this is sleep on it. I don't know about that. I would rather get this handled. Fully immersed? Yeah. Yeah, I'm immersed for sure. I'm super confused why the walls aren't rendering as well. Yeah, after this compile, I'm gonna take maybe like a 10-minute break. 5-10 minute break, and then come back a little bit. For just like maybe 30 minutes, an hour. To try and figure it out. Bizarre. Oh, cool, you're building Doom. Yeah. Actually, we are writing to depth, which is interesting. We are writing to depth. Oh. For whatever reason, I had blend on. Okay. Yeah, I forgot to turn that off. Okay, so that's why. A liminal world. Yeah, it does look pretty liminal. Okay, so now that should just bring us back to... Yeah, so basically what we've been testing is I'm trying to figure out where the error is, because when I render to this FBO it works fine, but when I try to render to this FBO it doesn't work, even though it should be the same exact thing. Apparently the FBO is different. This is what it looks like without any of the tone mapping that I do. It looks kind of like poop colored. I like know that this is going to be what this is going to be. This is main. I just want to check the just want to absolutely make sure that the FPO is the same exact number. If we go in with a certain number and we come out with the same number, then it's 100%. There's something that I'm missing. It's all FBO 3. It's all FBO number 3. Oh. No, no. No, don't be dumb. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. Yeah, I also already kind of thought, oh, the squirrel apparently was still up there, and now he jumped down. That kind of startled me, to be honest. Do I have a cat? Yeah. His name is Monkey. We definitely don't resize it, so the pointers are definitely correct. I can try doing this. I don't know what that would change though. He's like a, what do they call him? He's black and gray type of thing going on. Oh, yeah, we should check this. Check it. Yeah, no, this is not being used. Anyway. My geometry shader doesn't matter for this. It's just so strange. They both have the same number. Both have the same number. Oh, did I not change the thing down? Oh man, I can't believe I just wasted a compile on that. But also that was giving me correct debug out actually. So that was giving me correct debug. FBO2 with 32240, those are correct dimensions. What did I call it? Yeah, I did this correctly. It's been cool to see people use the Discord more. It's been really cool. Lemon boy. Lemon boy. Lemon boy. Alright, I am going to take a break for just a second, get my and then I'll be back for like just a little bit. Okay. I was in the middle of taking a leak, and I had like a brilliant idea. Like all of a sudden, I just had a brilliant idea. What if... Wait, never mind. I had an idea that, like, what if I try to bind to the other frame buffer? And then I immediately realized that I already tried that. I was thinking, like, what if I try to bind to the frame buffer, and then we use the regular one just to check if I'm going to the correct one. But I already think I did that, actually. So if it doesn't draw it to that color text, and it doesn't draw it to this color text, then where the heck does it draw it to? That's a good idea. That's a good question. Yeah. You know what? Let's take in frame buffer pointer FBO here, and then I don't know. So I've never smoked weed. I've smoked weed plenty of times. I just don't smoke nowadays. Oh, I forgot to actually do it. Uh, no, I have sobriety. Nowadays, I am boring. Never mind, I guess. I'm eating a granola bar. What's my favorite food? That's a good question. I love pizza, dude. I used to live in New York, so I'm a big $1 pizza guy. I used to know all the after work. I used to go to the $1 pizza place. On what street is it? Like, it had to be like, it's 3 blocks up from the IFC Center, or 2 blocks, right? So that would have been 6th Street on the west side. I like pasta. I like pasta. I think pasta's good. I wouldn't say it's like my favorite food. It makes me feel kind of like bloated every time I eat it. You know? Uh, I feel like I'm losing my mind. No? Like... I need like music so that I can think through this properly. And steel. I have this strange feeling that Lemon Boy is just like somebody playing a prank on me. I'm not really sure though. Like I feel like this Lemon Boy could be like anybody from my past that just found my YouTube channel and is just like having way too much fun. uh, Nah, dude, I'm just like this stream popped up randomly. I believe it. I believe it. I just have paranoia, you know. It's just so strange why that works, but this doesn't. Oh, now that doesn't. Oh, well, that doesn't work probably because I'm. Wait. Wait, that didn't work. Wait, why didn't that work? Hold on. Hold on. I think that without this, we draw black. Never mind. No, now I'm not drawing anything. Oh, because our set render properties is now changing our FPO texture. That's probably why. That is definitely why. I thought I had figured it out there for a second. I could try replacing the whole main FPO with this FPO also. Yeah, this works. I'm thinking we just go like nuclear on this thing, and I just actually try to, like, this is crazy what I'm doing here, but this is insane what I'm doing here, but oh, I didn't actually change the thing. I'm just trying to emulate what is happening with the thing. Actually, I should just do it with this. Because I'm trying to figure out here, if somehow in between what? Well, that's kind of the smoking gun there. That is the smoking gun, indeed. What I did there is I commented out literally everything else that could be touching the main FBO. And then I proved that without everything else, this doesn't work. So it's something in here that makes the main FBO work, which makes no sense. Like if I comment this back in, and it works, then we have our answer. Then that's why the other FBO doesn't work. The other FBO doesn't work because it doesn't go through all of these passes. Although that, I mean, to my understanding of FBOs, should not, unless I'm misunderstanding something pretty badly. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, oh. Oh. Wait, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no. No, it can't be. No. I was thinking, like, maybe it is drawing it, but it's just black. But, like, no. There's just no way. Because, there's just no way because it already gets the lighting value all. I mean, the only way for me to actually test this, I know that it sounds stupid, but it's to literally just like go one by one. But like, what? What? I mean, that makes a lot of sense, right? That's like the only difference between those two FBOs is that this one gets touched in between. Yes, so this still doesn't work. But I'm not grabbing from any of this, by the way. I'm not grabbing from any of this. Bizarre. That works. That worked. Let me just figure out what I just commented out. This is actually kind of hard to tell. I'm like 90% sure that it was this. Let's just make sure that it's not that, I guess. But that would be the only difference. Is that we had blend We turn blend off, and that's it. Like, sure, we bind this. Oh, yeah, that's probably why this isn't working, is probably because I'm being really stupid. Of course, if we comment out everything else, then we have to jail bind buffer. You have to do that. That's probably what was the problem. Yeah. God. I really wanted that to be the answer, though. Yeah, I don't know. I might actually have to give up on this, I guess. I thought that I would eventually get it, but it's very, very confusing why it works on one FPO, but it doesn't work on the other, even though they're the exact same, and we've verified that they're valid FPOs and they aren't incomplete. They're made exactly the same way. We bind it properly. I mean, yeah. This is bizarre. I'm annoyed because I'm so close to having this fully automated, and this just doesn't want to work. Even though, like, logically, I have everything prepared, and everything is named the correct thing, everything is, you know, all the numbers are correct, and it's still not working. I kind of want to just like get the main over here and then see if we can do the whole thing on the main. But yeah, that's just basically going back to this. Yeah, I might just be missing something really dumb here that I'm just not gonna realize today, and I might just have to leave it to till I can think with a clear head, and I haven't been live for 7 hours. I just feel like I got nothing done today. Yeah, this just doesn't want to work. Wait, hold on, that was supposed to work. This was supposed to work. Wait, why didn't this work? I mean, it's the same exact code. Let's see if this works. Oh, it may be because I didn't put this in. That might be a part of it. That worked. Yeah, it might have just been that. Why doesn't this work? Wait, what? What is this doing that doesn't do? Wait, what? Hold on. Let me see the code side by side. I'm looking at the codes side by side. does the exact same thing. Uh, what? Could it be an issue with... Could it be an issue with binding the same FBO twice in a row? That would be like the only thing I could think of. That's like the only thing I could think of. And if it's that, I'm gonna be so mad. No, that's not working now. I'm so confused. I mean, what? Is it that? If it's that, then it's this. Hold on. Let me try that. Oh wait, hold on. I think I just kind of figured it out. If that fixes it, then that's really dumb, to be honest. I don't know, ma. If it was just that... But that doesn't make any sense because... Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Because that would have worked beforehand. Yeah, I'm just trying everything at this point, but I might not be able to figure this out today. I feel like I'm just going insane. Oh wait, hold on. Go back, go back, go back. I didn't actually, I wasn't actually doing that. Oh. Oh man, really? That was it? That was the bug? It wasn't even a bug. That's just so fucking dumb, man. That's so dumb. That's like literally so dumb. God, that's really annoying. Oh, now this isn't gonna work because I'm using full screen, but without the... Yeah, this isn't gonna work because... For a different reason, though. I can try to fix this really quick, though. This should be full screen, and then this one we can call upscale. Yeah, this one we can call upscale. What I need to do is I need to make a new layout with pretty much the exact same thing, but with different vertices. Okay. Okay, this is going to be named upscale. And then this one is going to have this. The other one has this. And this one, the offset is... Wait. Yeah. This gets rid of this. Okay. So now our full screen quad is different from our upscale. So now that full screen should actually draw to the full screen. Okay, let me try that then. Oh, actually what I should have done is just gotten rid of this. Let me go check the shaders for this. Did I change this from main? No, I kept it. Yeah, I guess before I try any of that, I should really try this. And just get this up and running first. Oh, but without that, then we don't actually, yeah. You need this in the beginning to clear it. Oh. Oh, I think I kind of get it now. This is a different call. That didn't work though. Yeah, that's probably a null. That's probably null there. Oh, we forgot to set this to null. If that's null, then that goes to the default. I guess not. god, I thought that I had fixed it. I mean, well, I did fix it, but I didn't fix... Oh, well... It looks like, it looks like my computer is even telling me to call it. Even my computer at this point was like, yeah, you've had enough, buddy. You've had enough, bucko. Yeah, this works. We have this working now. I kind of want to get the sky working though. Let me try to see if I can at least get the sky working. That isn't the correct sky. I mean, it drew something though. Can we get entities? Yeah, it's really annoying that this doesn't work. I really wanted to get this to work, but I think everything is the same. Like, that's the correct, clear depth. Zero clear color. I mean, that's doing the exact same thing. And if I'm correct, this should go to this. I'm pretty sure it does. Oh, that's why. Well, actually, that may not have been why, but let's try it. I wanted to get this working before we end, but... Nope. Nope. Yeah. I don't know. The draw... Yeah. Goes 0 to the override, and if I'm correct, it said... Oh. Oh. Hold on. Generate window groups. Oh. Oh, we're not getting the correct VAO layout. For the layout. Oh, maybe it's because... Maybe it's because of that. I think I just didn't increment that. Yeah. So now we found it, and now we're drawing static with override 6. And we're still not drawing, so I guess that's where I'll have to leave it. Yeah. yeah, I think that's where I'm gonna leave it. I know that kind of sucks, and I didn't do a lot today, but I think I might just go live tomorrow and try to make up for the fact that I didn't do anything today. But yeah, this is really, really frustrating. The whole system is so complicated, but yeah. It's basically a command buffer at this point. But yeah. Well, I think that's where I'm gonna end it. Hopefully, hopefully there are less bugs next time, you know. But this has been pretty much how it's been for a while with this refactor. Is kind of just painful, you know. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I was just checking if that was different vertices, and yeah, it's the same vertices that I'm using for this. I'm 100% sure. So. Alright, hopefully next time we actually finish this. I feel like I'm close here. Like I figured out the thing with our main geometry about why it was not working properly. But this I don't really know. Alright, well, see you guys tomorrow to finish this stuff up. Hopefully it's not as painful, but yeah. Yeah, bummer. Yeah, nothing's really standing out to me. Alright. Alright, peace out.